Once again, we have some vehicles that need to be moved. You are up there in front of the white container. They're trying to open that gate to get cement trucks into the neighboring property. There are no parking signs. You must move that vehicle immediately. Benjamin Monroy, 104.5. Lion McPhail, the 55, with a 105.1. Monroy, the 01, is quickest. Then Cash Hornsby, a 107.03. Ezra Medina, 107.12. Mason Brody, a 107.29. Lucas Freitas, a 65. Enzo Mastroianni with a 111.10. Trey Sanders, 111.40. Jed Eimer, the 11, with a 131.69. Monroy out front, 104.53. Cadets up to the grid. Cadets up to the grid. Still got some vehicles up there parked illegally in front of that fence. Right in front of the white container. They're trying to get a cement truck in up there. You need to move that vehicle now. Benjamin Monroy, 104.48. 104.52 for the 61 of Hornsby. Lion McPhail, P3 with a 104.56. It is tight up on the top three. Checkered flag out on the first session. Monroy looking to grab P1 with a 104.48. Only three drivers getting under 105, and that's Monroy, Hornsby, and McPhail. The 01, the 61, and the 55 are quickest on the racetrack, with cadets up next. It'll be cadets going qualified. Up next, round number 2, AMP4 Cycle League schedule. Check us out online. We got round 3, January 6th. And 12 cadets entered, trying to get P1. Round 3 juniors up to the grid for qualifying. Round 3 juniors up to the grid for qualifying. And round 2 qualifying cadets. Juniors up to the grid for qualifying junior. Round group 3 up for qualifying juniors. Cadets on track, 12 of them entered. Looks like we got 13 of them on the racetrack. Otto Butler, the 255, Chase Rittering, Emma Peters, the 7X, 63, Leah Tarosian, Anakin Hernandez, the 8851, Roxy Reinl, Kara Campbell, the 04, 143, Troy Ferguson, Leyland Daño, the 909, 17, Mercy Hernandez, Ayrton Hayes, the 15, the 5, Tanner Tennyson, and Chase Rittering, the 55. 5-minute qualifying session for the cadets. Group 3 juniors up to the grid for qualifying. Group 3 juniors up to the grid for qualifying. Chase Rittering, the 55, laying down a 5.284 best lap time so far in the session over Otto Butler, the number 2, with a 5.495. Ayrton Hayes, the 15, with a 5.504. And Leyland Daño with a 5.548. Now a 5.273 by Otto Butler, the number 2. $52.7 for Butler, the number 2 kart. Hayes P3, then Hernandez in the 88, then Troy Ferguson the 143 into the quick 5. Time running out on a 5-minute session. Chase Rittering, the 55, with a 5.230. Otto Butler goes to P2. These two are battling it out. Hayes is right there. Terosian and Hernandez in Troy Ferguson. 5-2-1-6 now by Chase Rittering. The 55 cart. Group 3 juniors up next. Group 3 junior qualifying up next. Five, 2, 1, 6 now. Rittering gets quicker with each lap. Chase Rittering, the 55 card. 5-2-1-6. Looks like we might need a possible retrieval down there. See if we can get him back on track. Otto Butler, 5-2-3-0 in P2, and Hayes, P3 with a 5-2-8-0. A little bit ahead of schedule. If you're having problems with your cart, make sure you let one of the race officials know what's going on as we get ready for our group number 3 juniors out there qualifying up next. Once again, got the taco truck in the property, on the property up there. No waiting in line. Head up top. Taco truck is here. They got cold and warm beverages. They got some trackside bunches for you. Go pay them a visit. Running a little bit ahead of schedule, so no hurries here. Make sure everybody has time to get up to the grid. Don't want anybody to miss their qualifying. It'll be juniors up on the grid. Group 3 up next, followed by Group 4, senior novice for the 5-minute qualifying session. Remember, Adams Motorsports Park YouTube for the live timing throughout the day. Don't miss a single lap of a single race here in round number 2. Adams Motorsports Park 4-cycle winter series. It'll be Group 3 junior qualifying coming out next. 5-minute qualifying session, all classes, followed by Group 4 senior novice up to the grid. Group 4 senior novice up for qualifying. Group 4 senior novice up for qualifying. And here we go. Brandon Chu, the 21, 24. Matty Dragon, Tyson Polk, the 32, 61. Darian Hornsby, Dominic Guncharco, the 67, 95. Julian Villery. Cole Gaddis, the 233, 519. Kenzo Kawai Kane. Jeff Amundsen, the 916. 810, Jeffrey Gallardo. Matthew Reinl, 77. Ryan Revel, the 112. Group 4, senior novice up to the grid. Group 4, senior novice up to the grid. Group 4, senior novice up to the grid. Group 4, senior novice up for qualifying. Rhino leads the way with a 5.062, cart number 77. Over Cole Gaddis, the 233 with a 51.73, a 51.88 for Brandon Chu, the 21. Matthew Reinl now a 49.22 in the 77 cart, leading the way over Brandon Chu, the 21 machine, with a 49.62, a 49.69 for Cole Gaddis, the 233. Checkered flag out on the session. Matthew Rhino looking to go P1 49.15 in the 77 cart over Brandon Chu and Cole Gaddis. Matthew Rhino, 49.15, the 77 card, grabs the number 1 qualifying position. Over Brandon Chu, the 21, and the 233 at Cole Gaddis. Group 4, senior novice qualifying on the racetrack. Group 5, Senior Pro and Masters up to the grid for qualifying. Senior Pro and Masters up to the grid for qualifying. Joe Flores, the number 4, 62, Zachary Houghton, Brittany Hernandez, the 69, 33, Jesse Bray, Yahaya Aiksa, the 16. Group 5 Senior Pro and Master up to the grid for qualifying. Group 5 Senior Pro and Master up to the grid for qualifying. Zachary Houghton, the 62 with a 5.294 over the 33 Jesse Bray with a 5.508. Around the Thelma layout here at Adams. So Houghton a 5.294, trying to hang on that number 1 spot. Ikes of the 16 with a 5.505, then a 5.508 for Jesse Bray, the 33 kart. $52.73 for the 62 card of Houghton. Senior novice qualifying, 5-minute qualifying session, just 5 of them in the class this afternoon. And the final group of qualifiers making their way up to the grid, that's Senior Pro and Master. Senior Pro and Master up for qualifying. All right, we're running a little bit ahead of schedule, so we'll wrap up this final group of qualifiers and we'll start the heat race on time at 10:20. So Kid Karts, you have a little bit of time, don't rush. We'll start you back on schedule at 10:20 to start Kid Karts. I'll call you guys up at about 10:10, 10:15, get you guys up there. But no rush, you guys do have a little bit of time or ahead of schedule. Also, we got the taco truck up there. Go pay him a visit. No waiting. Go pay him a visit. The taco truck is on the property up top next to the Adams Pro Shop. Go pay him a visit at the taco truck. Once again, we'll get back to the printed schedule for Kid Kart Heat Race at 10:20. We'll start up the heat races at 10:20, so you have a couple minutes after this 5-minute session. Parker Wallen, the 34, with a 5.034. The Truth, Truly Adams, with a 5.042. The number 20. Evan Donnell, the 5.65, with a 5.045. And Max Saga, the 16, with a 5.063. Max Saga, the 16, goes to P1 with a 49.90. Over Parker Wallen, the 34, 5.65. Evan Donnell and Truly Adams, the Truth, in cart number 20. Checkered flag out, the Truth, Truly Adams with a 49.61. So last lap, the Truth, Truly Adams goes to P1 over Parker Wallen, the 34, and the 5.65, Evan Donnell, Max Saga, and William Tarosian into P5. All right, just about 10 minutes away from Kid Kart Heat Race. You have about 10 minutes. We'll call you up in 5. Good time to go visit the taco truck. You got a few minutes as we'll get ready in just about 10 minutes from now. 10:20 start time for the Kid Kart Heat Race. It'll be Kid Karts followed by Cadets. 5-minute call for kid karts up to the grid. Kid karts up for your heat race. Kid karts up to the grid for your heat race. Kid karts Group 1 up to the grid for your heat race, followed by Group 2 cadets. We'll go 8 laps for the heat race. right, getting ready for Kid Karts to go racing, wrapping up the drivers' meeting, the warm-up, and the qualifying. And now time to go racing here in round number 2, the A&P 4-Cycle League out here at Adams. Special thanks going out to Tillotson, RLV, of course, Hoosier. Troy Adams coaching has the private lessons as well. And the 55 is making his way up right now. We got the 55 making his way up right now. Of course, KC Cook coaching in the house as well. Make sure you contact KC or Troy if you guys are interested in getting a little coaching to help work on the racecraft, or if you're just getting started in the sport. It'll be cadets up to the grid as well. You'll be the second heat race, Group 2. Cadets up to the grid. 8 laps for the heat race, followed by a short lunch break, and then the mains scheduled to get started at 12 noon, going 12 laps for the Kid Karts. Everybody else going 15. Once again, head on up. The white trailer over there, our tacos are on the property. They have burritos as well, cold beverages. Go pay them a visit. Trackside up top at Adams. All right, having a short driver's meeting real quick before they get ready to go racing. Kid Karts hopping in their machines, ready to go. Heat race is going 8 laps. Main's going 15. Kid Karts will go 12. Group 2 up to the grid, cadets. Cadets up to the grid, please, for your heat race. Cadets to the grid. Green flag racing, and we're underway. Kid Kart Heat Race. Looks like a good start as they go charging into Big Monza on lap number 1. Cadets Group 2 up to the grid. Cadets Group 2. Benjamin Monroy, the 01. 61 is Cash Hornsby. Lion McPhail, the 55. 7 is Mason Brody. Luke is Freitas Millo. The 65. 19, Ezra Medina. Enzo Mastriani. The 6. The 3 is Trey Sanders. Adriana Molina. The 88 and the 11, Jet Elmer. Group 2 cadets up to the grid. Lap number 1, they look good. Starting to check out there up on the front end as they take it through the bus stop. Right below the taco truck on lap number 1. All right, lap number 1 is in the books. And the 01 of Monroy out there on a good size lead. Brody right there in the number 2 spot, already a second and a half behind on 1 lap. Cash Hornsby running 3rd, then Lion McPhail, the 55. And a good battle for 2nd, 3rd, and 4th behind the leader on lap number 2. Cadets up to the grid, cadets up to the starting grid. Into Little Monza on lap number 2. Little bit of breathing room out there for Monroy. Checked out early. Closer racing there for spots 2nd, 3rd, and 4th on the racetrack. That's Brody, the 7, 61 of Hornsby, and McPhail, the 55. And cadets making their way up to the grid at Adams for their heat race. They'll be the 2nd group up, followed by juniors. Good start for the Kid Karts. Round 3 coming up January 6th. Get the 2024 racing season started out here at Adams. AMP 4-cycle league. Make sure before you go home, you go check out the Adams Pro Shop as well. All kinds of karting gear, carts for sale in there, and much, much more. They'll answer all your questions. And some pretty cool historical photos up on the Wall of Fame in there on the Pro Shop at Adams. Been doing it out here since the mid-1950s. Here at this legendary karting facility. Monroy trying to open up on that lead and does, up to 2.5 seconds now over Brody, the number 7 and the 61 of Hornsby. And it's still some good, close racing for 2nd, 3rd, and 4th on the racetrack. Brody, Hornsby, and McPhail. That's the 7, the 61, and the 55 machines. Fighting it out of Big Monza. Cadets up to the starting grid. Cadets up to the grid. Yellow coming out as we had a spin up there in a Big Monza. Back on track. Just getting those left fronts a little dirty and getting it back up to speed. Is a 07 factory machine. Mason Brody was running up front. with Hornsby and McPhail behind Monroy. Just about halfway through in this one, going 8 laps for the heat race. Cadets up next. Cadets up next. Benjamin Monroy, the 0-1, looking to take him the distance in this one and lead every lap in the heat race. Cash Hornsby, the 61, Lion McPhail, the 55, Medina, the 19, moves up into 4th, and then Mello, the 65, into the top 5. Leader gets a 2 to go sign in this one. 2 to go for Monroy over McPhail and Hornsby. The 0-1 over the 55 and the 61. And Cadets up next. White flag out, 1 to go for Monroy. McPhail, the number 2 spot, 61 of Hornsby. Checkered flag. Benjamin Monroy, the 0-1, takes him the distance, getting that first heat race out of the way with a big victory there. Lion McPhail, the 55, and the 61, Cash Hornsby. Medina for 4th, 5th is Mello. Brody finishing in the 6th spot. And the Cadets, group number 2, getting ready for their heat race. Cadets. We need juniors up to the grid. Juniors up to the grid, please. Group 3 up for your heat race. Juniors. It'll be cadets on the heat race, group number 2, followed by juniors, group number 3, making their way up to the grid. Juniors up to the grid for your heat race. 8 laps. All right, we'll run them around on a hot lap, gather them together side by side, slow them down, look to go green. For cadets, group 3 up to the grid. Juniors up to the grid. All right, field side by side, looking for the green flag. We're racing. Cadets are underway. Chase Ritter in the 55, 2 Otto Butler. Ayrton Hayes, the 15, the 18, Anakin Hernandez. Leah Tarosian, the 63, 143, Troy Ferguson. Emma Peters, the 7X, 51, Roxy Reinl. Mercy Hernandez, the 17, 909, Leyland Daño. Kara Campbell, the 04, and the 5, Tanner Tennyson. 55 of Rittering out front early has the advantage. There's 3 of them trying to check out. Then a gap back to 6 more, 7 more in a group. Lap number 1 as they come out of that right-hander flying down the long straightaway here at Adams. Rittering the 55, Hayes the 15, the 2 of Butler. 1, 2, 3 on lap number 1. Race Group 3, juniors up to the grid. Juniors up to the grid. Race Group 3 up to the grid, juniors. Rittering out front of Butler in the number 2 spot. Ayrton Hayes in 3rd. Then it's Tarosian up to 4th. Moving up to 5th, Emma Peters, a 7X. Juniors up to the grid. Junior Group 3 up to the grid. 12 of them out here in the cadet class. Good battle back of the field there as they fight for position on the racetrack here on lap number 3 with Rittering, Butler, and Hayes running 1, 2, 3. As they bring it in a little Monza. Up in the 4th is Terosian, the 63 7X, Emma Peters. Hernandez is 17. Ferguson's up to 7th, the 143 kart. Kara Campbell, the 048, then Tennyson. Daniel, Reinl, and Hernandez in the 12th spot. Group 3 juniors up to the grid. Group 3 juniors up to the grid. Just getting things started in the 8-lap heat races. Group number 2 on track, the cadets. And Chase Rittering trying to get a heat race victory in this one. Butler's not far back, just a half second behind the leader. So Butler looking to do everything possible to get in front of the leader, Rittering. Hayes right there in 3rd, kart number 15. They get the 2 to go sign. 2 laps to go. Juniors up next. White flag is out, 1 to go. Keeping it close is Butler on Rittering. He's creeping in on the leader. Got a good run into Big Monza on the leaders. They bring it up on the high side, trying to get a good run. Final lap, one spins out of that tricky right-hander, puts it over in the dirt on the far side. Hayes, the 15, as Terosian moves up into 3rd. Troy Ferguson is all the way up into the number 4 spot. With the juniors up next. To the checkered by about 4 kart lengths. It's Chase Rittering, the 55, getting it done over Otto Butler, the number 2. And they were way out in front of the rest of the field as it'll be a battle for 3rd in the heat race. Terosian, the 63, up for 3rd in front of Ferguson. And then Emma Peters up into 5th. Juniors up on the grid. Up next, Group 3 juniors. We need senior novice up to the grid. Senior novice up to the grid. Juniors up on the grid, getting ready to go for their heat race, going 8 laps. Group 4 up to the grid. Senior novice up to the grid. Group 4 for your heat race. All right, clearing the track, getting all of our carts up there on the grid. Should be ready to go here with the heat race for Group 3 junior class. Group 4 up to the grid, senior novice. Group 4 up to the grid, senior novice. Juniors on the racetrack. Group 4 up to the grid, senior novice. Group 4 up to the grid for your heat race. All right, field taking the short way around here at Adams. We should get ready to look for the green here. Heat race for Group 3 junior drivers. Green flag racing, 77 diving down low, getting a little help, get pushed into Big Monza with the advantage. And the inside of row number 2 plays follow the leader, will move into second. Good start through Big Monza, now charging down that short straightaway into Little Monza. The second of the bank turns out here at Adams. 77 with the advantage. Early on in this one, Matthew Reinhall. 233 Cole Gaddis. Brandon Chu, 2132 is Tyson Polk. Dominic Goncharko, the 6795 Julian Villery. Ryan Revel, the 11261 Darian Hornsby. Jeffrey Gallardo, the 810. 519, Kenzo Kawhi Kane. Matty Dragon, the 24. Jeff Amundsen, the 916. Reinl out front over Gaddis and Chu. Senior novice up to the grid. Senior novice up to the grid. Senior Novice up to the grid, Group 4. Senior Novice up to the grid. Got a good one there, bumper to bumper, up for first and second. There's a move down on the inside for the lead. Trying to cross them back, and does so. Good racing up front for the lead. Reinl and Gaddis. Gaddis got a move and got the 233 up front, but it didn't last long. Right out of Big Monza with the over-under for Matthew Reinl back to the lead. 77 out front. Chu runs third, then Goncharko the 67, and Polk the 32 into the top 5. Now 3 of them in that lead draft as Brandon Chu has joined the party. Chu in the 21 red and white machine, right on the back bumper of second place Gaddis. Reinl still holding on to the lead. In the Little Monza now. Reinl, the slight advantage is Chu has been charging and moves up into the number 2 spot. Watch out for Chu in the 21 cart. Looking for more right on the back bumper of the leader now. Matthew Reinl, the 77. Senior Novice up to the grid, Group 4. Senior Novice up to the grid, Group 4. Chu with a big run down the straightaway and looks down on the inside, but he'll fall to third. Gaddis moves back up on that move. Lost all his momentum, and that cost him a spot as he looked to go to the lead, but loses a spot back to third now for Chu. They get the 2 to go sign. That time Reinl with a little bit of breathing room. Had about 4 to 5 cart lengths on second place. Chu got back by Gaddis. He's back into second. And has the white flag coming out next time around. White flag is out. 1 to go for Matthew Reinl. Chu right there got another good run down that straightaway. Comes up about a cart length behind the leader. Gaddis about 5 to 6 cart lengths back on the final lap. Senior Novice, Group 4 up on the grid. Their heat race is next. Senior Novice to the grid. Checkered. Matthew Reinl over Brandon Chu and Cole Gaddis. Poke up for fourth. Goncharko into the top 5. Then Villery and Gallardo. Dragon and Hornsby. Moving into Senior Novice Group 4. Group 5 up to the grid. Senior, Pro, and Master up for your heat race, Group 5. 2 more races to go here before a short lunch break. And then the mains here in round number 2, AMP 4-Cycle League at Adams Motorsports Park. Senior Novice, Jesse Bray. Yahya Oxy, Joe Flores, Brittany Hernandez, Zachary Houghton. 5 of them in this one. As they'll bring them around, take the shortcut, look to go green. Group 5 up to the grid. Senior, Pro, and Master up to the grid. Senior, Pro, and Master up to the grid. All right, side by side, paired up, ready to go. Approaching the starting line. We'll look for the green flag, Group 4, Senior Novice Heat Race. Green flag racing. Good start as they're still side by side. Had a big Monza settling into single file, and we got one spinning. As there was contact, that's not the spot where you want to be making wheel-to-wheel contact on that exit out of Big Monza, and the 33 gets the worst of it, but is back on track. That's Jesse Bray. They bring it into Little Monza. The orange, black and orange machine out front, and trying to check out early, taking it through the bus stop on lap number 1. Senior, Pro, and Master up to the grid. Group 5, Senior, Pro, and Master up to the grid for your heat race. Kicking up a little dust out of that tricky right-hander before the straightaway. As it's close, racing behind the leader as they battle for second, third, and fourth. And farther back to 5th for the 33 kart of Jesse Bray. So it's Houghton, the 62, 16 of Isa, Joe Flores, the 4, and the 69, Brittany Hernandez. Group 5 to the grid, Senior Pro and Master. Group 5 to the grid, Senior Pro and Masters. Big lead for the black and orange machine. Zachary Houghton, the 62, way out front, already a 4-second advantage. Good racing for second and third with Isa and Flores. Behind the leader. Houghton, the 62, the big advantage. Isa, the 16, 4 Flores. Hernandez, the 69. Bray farther back to 33 after the trouble in the Big Mons on lap number 1. Group 5, Senior Pro and Master making their way up to the grid. Race Group 5, Senior Pro and Master up to the grid. A full straightaway advantage for your leader, Zachary Houghton, crossing the stripe. Lap number 4. It's a battle for second and third is the real race with Isa and Flores. And they're bumper to bumper running second and third. Back to Brittany Hernandez, the 69, and Jesse Bray, the 33 cart. Race Group 5, our final heat race coming up next. Senior Pro and Master up at the grid. Senior Pro and Master to the grid. Building on that big lead. He's not letting off the gas throttle. Zachary Houghton, the 62. Black and orange machine. Going to be another flag to flag winner here in the heat races. Beautiful race day out here in December, round number 2 for the Winter 4 Cycle League at Adams. Be back out here for round 3, January 6th. Two to go for your leader. 2 to go for Zachary Houghton, the 62. Dominating this one. Joe Flores getting by for second, the number 4 in front of Isa, the 16. Then it's Hernandez, the 69. Bray, the 33. Nice run by Flores getting up into the number 2 spot. White flag, 1 to go. Houghton's got it locked up, just needs to finish his final lap. Flores now has some breathing room over Isa, the 16 in third. '59 getting loose. Out of Big Monza. And a good save for Hernandez, a 69 kart. Checkered flag, nicely done for Zachary Houghton getting the win in senior novice heat race. Joe Flores, the 4. Up for the 2nd spot, and Ikes for the 16 for 3rd. Hernandez 4th, and then Jesse Bray. Senior Pro and Master for their heat race. Have a lunch break after this race, which will wrap up the heat races, and before the mains, which Kid Kart's scheduled to get us going at 12 noon on the schedule. Here we go, Senior Pro and Master. Combine both classes to run together this afternoon in round number 2 for Cycle League at Adams. Final heat race before the lunch break, and then Kid Kart's getting it started at 12 noon for the mains. All right, we'll try to line them up side by side, pull out the yellow, slow them down, take the shortcut, look to go green, final heat race. Field taking the shortcut, and we'll look for the green flag. Final heat race before the lunch break. Main scheduled to start at 12 with kid cards. Field approaching the stripe, and we'll look for the green flag. Senior Pro and Master heat race racing. Down on the inside, getting a little push into Big Monza. We'll get the whole shot. That's the truth. Julie Adams gets out to the front. Julie qualified number 1 on the final lap of the qualifying session. Parker Wall in the 34, 565, Evan Donnell. Max Saga the 16, the 8's Kurt Smith. William Tarosian the 333. Nick Rajewski the 46, 07 Larry Hernandez. Jason Chin the 49, 12 Chris Olson. Fred Robert Dagno the 909, 123 Michael Velasquez. Lorenzo Robagnoli the 18, 39 Jeremy Reinl. Jacob Rice the 777, 252 Joseph Garbo. Patrick Killian the 19. Donnell right there in the back bumper of the Truth. Julie Adams 20 in the 565er bumper to bumper. Julie making one move down to the inside, making him go the long way around. And in third is Kurt Smith, the number 8 cart. Still bumper to bumper up on the front end with Adams out in front of Donnell, Kurt Smith, and then Rajewski walling into the top 5 in the 34 cart. Adams got the lead right when they went green, trying to take him the distance in this one. Donnell still just tucking in behind the leader. Adams, a little chess game continues. And the 8 of Kurt Smith is right there as well. It's a 3-cart battle up front now. Adams takes a look over his right shoulder. Doesn't need to look far. Donnell getting another good run, but not enough to get by for the lead. They're still hooked up bumper to bumper. Kurt Smith, the 8, runs third. Then it's Wallen and Rajewski. No change in the top 5. Shirley holding off Donnell. That's a good race up for the lead. As they get the 2 to go sign next time by white flag. Donnell still doing all that he can in the number 2 spot. Gonna be tough to get around the leader, Truly Adams. White flag out, 1 to go. Donald had nowhere to go down on the inside. Adams doing a good job holding off and blocking the lead. And they take it down the short straightaway into Little Monza. On the white flag lap, Adams protects down low. Looking to take him the distance. Donnell will try to get a run off this final turn, about half a straightaway to the checkered. Adams, Donnell right there, pulls up alongside, comes up a little short. Wallen for 3rd, Kurt Smith 4th, Rajewski for 5th. All right, waiting for the rest of the field, get that checkered, and cross. We will be down on a lunch break coming up next, running a little bit ahead of schedule. So once again, that'll wrap up the heat races. It looks like 12 noon on the printed schedule for the kid carts. Listen for any announcement changes if that were to change. Our taco truck is here as well, so have some time here to enjoy a short lunch break. All right, hope everybody's enjoying that lunch break. It looks like we're about 15 minutes away from go time, starting the mains in round number 2. Kid Kart's going to start making their way up, just about 15 minutes away. Kid cards up to the grid, 10-minute call, just about 10 minutes away till we start racing with the mains. Kid cards up to the grid, 10-minute call. All right, just about 5 minutes away, just about 5 minutes away. Kid carts will get us started with the mains. They'll go 12 laps, everybody else 15. Kid carts followed by cadets. Up to the grid. We'll get our track workers back into position. Our kid karts making their way up to the grid as we'll get ready to start our mains. All right, at this time, ladies and gentlemen, we'd like to thank our United States military and our first responders for all that they do. And we'd like to ask everyone that can hear me and that's able to please rise, remove your hats, and join us in the singing of our national anthem. Only in America today, only at Adams Motorsports Park as we get ready for round number 2, the mains. After a morning after the drivers' meeting, we had our 5-minute warm-up, qualifying, then some great heat races, and now the mains. Kid Kart Motors have come to life. They're ready to go as they'll get things started. The future of the sport, the young guns, the next generation of racers. Cadets group number 2 up to the grid. You'll be the second group to race, followed by juniors and senior novice. And the final race of the day, senior pro and master. Join us for our podium ceremonies just as soon as the races are official after the final race of the day. We'll be back at it January 6th for round number 3, the final round of the Winter 4-Cycle Series here at Adams. Like to, of course, thank Tillotson, RLV, Hoosier, and, of course, Troy Adams Coaching. As the kid karts come off the grid onto the racetrack, it's time to go racing. Mason Brody, the 7, the 11, Jet Elmer. McPhail, the 55, 01, Monroy. Brody, the 7, Cash Hornsby, the 61, Medina, the 19, Machine. With the cadets up next. Cadets to follow to the grid. 12 laps for the kid karts in our first main of round number 2. Ezra Medina, the 19, 88, Adriana Moreno. Trey Sanders, the 3, the 6 is Mastriani. Mello, the 65, gets up a spot back into 9th. The Thelma track layout here at Adams Motorsports Park. Here come the leaders. A good one up on the front end. Just about a kart length separating first and second. That 01 of Monroy was dominant in that first race. And didn't get out on the early lead this time around as the 55, Lion McPhail, leads them through. McPhail holding them off early on in this one as they take it out of that left-hander. Charging down the short straightaway at Adams into Little Monza. The second of the 2 bank turns out here. Right next to scoring, they made some contact and put it off the ledge. Quick think about our track workers to get the 11 back on track, and we'll get it back up to speed. Tough break for Jet and 11. Cadets up to the grid. Cadets up to the starting grid. Group 2 cadets up to the grid. McPhail leads them at a big Monza. As Monroy about 2 to 3 kart lengths behind. Brody running in the 3rd spot, then Cash Hornsby, the 51 machine. Then Medina, the 19.
Shadow.
Out of that right-hander, flying down the long straightaway at Adams. 1, 2, bunched up together. And there's a move down low on the inside. See if that's enough momentum for Monroy to make it massive. No, from the outside. Side by side, they got tangled. That'll slow them both up. Here comes Harrison Ford to go to the lead. Mason Brody goes to the front, your new leader. Cash Hornsby right there to 61. Falling back to 3rd, getting back up to speed is the 55. And there's contact up there at a big Monza. And that was enough. 3rd and 4th taking advantage of going by. Brody and Hornsby now, the 7 and the 61. Medina, the 19. Still plenty of racing left in a 12-lap main with the cadets up next. Group 2 cadets up next. Here come the leaders. Little bit of breathing room now, about 2 karts separating it as Hornsby got a good run down the middle portion of the racetrack. Brody, the 7. in a little Monza now. Group 2 cadets up to the grid. Cadets up to the grid for your main. Here on lap number 5 in this one, Brody. As 10 of them taking the green flag. Side by side again. As the early leaders going at it back there. The 55 of McPhail and the 01 of Monroy. Now third and fourth. Brody and Cash Hornsby running 1-2. Into the top 5 is Medina, the 19. Class had a pretty good turnout with 10 entries here for round number 2 on this winter series for the 4 cycles at Adams. Catch the live time in the live stream on the YouTube channel, Adams Motorsports Park, kicking up some dust off the end of that long straightaway there. Saved it, got back on track, but lost a lot of momentum. Was the 11. Tough break for Jet. Good racing in the back of the field as well. With the 3 factory machine of Trace Sanders going at it with Adriano Molino, the 88 cart. Looks like he lost a chain on the 7, ended up kind of doing a 180 there to try to push him off over there into the dirt infield. And they're dodging carts down there in front of the grid. They'll get that cart safely over by the tires. And our driver's okay as well. Pop the chain there down that middle section of the racetrack. With the cadets up next, group number 2 cadets up next. Monroy, the 0155 McPhail, Cash Hornsby, time running out here in the Kid Kart final. And the reversal change once again, going back up as they get the 2 to go sign. Monroy getting thumped and bumped up at the 65. Trying to hang on to it with McPhail right there. That's Mello the 65 as they'll try to get around. Next time by the white flag. Cadets up on the grid, ready to go. Monroy and McPhail get by, and they're running 1-2 out by themselves once again. Farther back to the 61 is Hornsby, then Medina, the 19, farther back. White flag out for the leaders, 1 to go. McPhail getting a good big run off a big Monza. Comes right up on the back bumper of the leader, Monroy. Hornsby farther back in the number 3 spot on the white flag lap.
You're gonna be so fucking alone.
Looking good. Now through the bus stop is Benjamin Monroy on the white flag lap in the main, round number 2 here at Adams. 4-cycle winner series. And to the checkered, Benjamin Monroy over Lion McPhail. Big gap back to third. The rest of the field will take the checkered. Hornsby grabbing third. Medina the 19 to Trace Sanders. Molyneux for 6th spot. It'll be cadets up on the grid, ready to go for their main. Juniors up to the grid. Race Group 3, juniors up to the grid. Cadets on track for their main. 15 laps for the rest of the classes. Race Group 3 juniors up to the grid. Juniors up to the grid for your main. Cadets on track. They'll slow them down. Take the shortcut. And we'll look for the green flag as they come down the straightaway here at Adams. 15 laps for the cadets. Round number 2. One of them off track, kicking up a wall of dust. 2 of them getting dirty. Both drivers stayed in the karts. And we get one back on track. We'll see if we can get the other one back on track. Happened right on the entry into Big Monza. They went off to the far side of the racetrack. So 3 of them getting involved in there. One of them up into the hay bale as well. We'll make sure all those drivers are okay. And an unfortunate beginning right there. And we'll get you some kart numbers. And that kart is not in a good spot. They'll work to get that thing moved. Chase Rittering, the 55, the 2, Otto Butler, Leah Torosian, the 63, 143, Troy Ferguson, Emma Peters, the 7X, 51, Roxy Rhino, Anakin Hernandez, the 88, 909, Leyland Daño, Tanner Tennyson, the 5, 15, Ayrton Hayes, Mercy Hernandez, the 17, the 04, KR Campbell. So it was Hayes, Hernandez, and Campbell that had the issues, and Hernandez and Campbell going to get the worst of it. Not being able to finish this one. Juniors Race Group 3 up to the grid. Juniors Race Group 3 up to the grid. Otto Butler on the lead. Otto the 2 over the 55 at Chase Rittering. Torosian in the 3rd spot. In a very competitive cadet field. First 3 have kind of pulled away from everybody. First 2 for sure through the bus stop, then a gap back to 3rd. That's Torosian, the 63 machine. And they're on the straightaway, crossing over the start-finish line. Second, able to use that draft is Butler and Rittering going out at the 2 and the 55. And the 93. Shown as 63 on the score sheet. On the card, it's a 93 of Leah Torosian. Laying down some quick lap times, about 52.5 seconds the average. Otto Butler leading the way over Rittering, then Torosian. Juniors up to the grid. Juniors up to the grid. Juniors up to the grid. Otto Butler, the number 2, continues to lead over the 55 of Rittering. Leah Tarosian, 143 Little Troy. Emma Peters is 7X. Anakin Hernandez in the 6th spot. 7 is Roxy Reinl. Leyland Daño in the 8th spot. 9 Ayrton Hayes. 10 are Tennyson in 10th. 12 of them starting at 10 running. Looking to finish this one. Group 3 juniors making their way to the grid. Group 3 juniors making their way down to the starting grid. Lap number 6 on this one. Butler the 2, Rittering the 55. There's the move by Rittering down on the inside. Timed it out perfectly. Rittering to the lead. 56 for Rittering goes out to the lead. Otto Butler now in the 2nd spot. See what he can do now in the number 2 position on the racetrack. Yellow flag out, yellow flag out. About halfway down, we got one out of the cart on the straightaway. Once Rittering got by, he is checked out, pulling away from 2nd place. Otto Butler, the number 2. Tarosian, the 63, actually the 93 on the side of that cart. Rittering already has to deal with some lap traffic as the 2. Otto Butler going to try to keep him close in his sights. Gets by the slower traffic without incident. Now will Otto get hung up? Otto trying not to get hung up, the number 2. Otto Butler got by the slower lap traffic without incident. Didn't appear to hold him up too much. Still has the leader in his sights as they come down that short straightaway into Little Monza. Just about 1.2 seconds the advantage. Chase Rittering in the 55 has over Otto Butler in the number 2 cart. With time running out. Trouble right below the announcing stand there. And it looks like for the 14 machine. So Ferguson hopping out of that 143 early. Tough break for Troy. With the junior race group 3 junior class up next for your main juniors. As the field gets the 2 to go sign. Otto Butler has kept it close. Chase Rittering gonna have to work for it. White flag, 1 lap to go. Rittering on the white flag lap. Going to try to hold off that charge from Otto Butler, the number 2. Then it's Terosian, the 63. Hernandez, the 88. Into the top 5 is Roxy Reinl, the 51. To the checkered and a big fist bump high in the sky. Well-deserved win. Chase Rittering gets it done in a close one over Otto Butler. Leah Terosian, the 63, for 3rd. And Hernandez for 4th. Great finish with Reinl getting into the top 5. Juniors up on the grid as soon as the track is clear. Got a little house cleaning to do out there. Like to remind everybody, get those transponders turned in as you come off the racetrack before you leave this afternoon. Get those transponders turned in. 3 more races to go here in round number 2. Remember to join us for the podium ceremony starting just a few minutes after our final race becomes official. Working on clearing the track, and we'll get ready for the Junior Main Race Group 3. Race Group 4, Senior Novice up to the grid. Senior Novice Race Group 4 up to the grid. Juniors ready to go. We'll slow them down. They're side by side. And Race Group 3 gets ready for their round 2 final. They'll go 15 laps. Senior Novice Race Group 4 up to the grid. Senior Novice up to the grid. Green flag racing. Down low, looking good for the 77 of Matthew Reinl. 233, Cole Gaddis, Brandon Chu, the 21, 67, Dominic Goncharco. Tyson Polk, the 32, 810, Jeffrey Gallardo. Kenzo Kawhi Kane, the 519, 95, Julian Villery. Darian Hornsby, the 61, 24, Matty Dragon. Ryan Revel, the 112, the 916, Jeff Amundsen. 12 of them taking the green in this one. Senior Novice to the grid. Senior Novice to the grid. No change up front with the 77 of Rhino out front. Rhino, Gaddis, and Chu running 1, 2, 3. Then Goncharko and Poke into the top 5 early on in this one. Good run using that draft down the long straightaway was Gaddis, but ran out of straightaway to try to make the move. Holding off the charge at Cole Gaddis is Matthew Rhino still out there on the lead. Brandon Chu running third. Dominic Goncharko in the 4 spot. Tyson Poke, the 32, and Jeffrey Gallardo, the 810. Senior Novice up to the grid. Senior Novice up to the starting grid. Race Group 4, Senior Novice to the grid. Move for the lead, gets pushed out of the way, sends up the leader up wide. He's going to lose a spot. Gaddis forces the issue. Matthew Rhino now trying to hang on to third. Brandon Chu takes advantage and moves up into second in cart number 21. And they got tangled up again. The yellow comes out in that short straightaway. In a little Monza, you heard the tires screeching. Cole Gaddis, the 233. Brandon Chu the 21. 77 Rhino. Gallardo stays in 4th, Ryan Revel in 5th. So it was Goncharko and Taysom Poke that were involved in it. So Amundsen and Poke are out. Good racing up front as Brandon Chu is putting some heavy pressure on the leader. 32 Poke is out. You see the card on the infield. Chu got by for the lead. Brandon Chu. See what he can do once he gets by the 233 of Gaddis. If he'll be able to put some distance between him and second place. Senior Novice up to the grid. Race Group 4, Senior Novice up to the grid. Brandon Chu leads this one on lap 8. Cole Gaddis, the 2:33 in second. Matthew Reinl, the early leader, the 77 runs third. Jeffrey Gallardo, the 810 runs fourth. Fifth is the 112 Orion Ravel. Brandon Chu, about 2 kart lengths behind, is Cole Gaddis at 2:33. We've had 3 lead changes in this one with Reinl, Gaddis, and Chu. At one point of this race, we're out front. Senior Novice up to the grid. Senior Novice main up next. Group 4, Senior Novice to the grid. '21, a Brandon Chu out front, a Cole Gaddis at 2:33. Reinl, the 77, runs third. In a little Monza now. Gaddis right there. These two have been bumper to bumper all race long, and Reinl's still trying to reel him in. He's got time. They'll get held up by some lap traffic. Here comes Reinl from third. He'll make it a 3-kart race. Reinl getting hung up a little bit down that center portion of the racetrack. That'll cost him. Still trying to get by the slower lap traffic. And Reinl just hung up. He was getting closer to the leaders, but that's going to cost him. Two to go for the leaders. 2 laps to go in this one. 21, a Brandon Chu. Reinl gets by the slower traffic. Runs in third, but he's farther back with 2 to go. Good race in MIG pack with Goncharko 67, Matty Dragan the 24, Darianne Hornsby the 61, and the 112 Ryan Revel. White flag, 1 to go for Brandon Chu. Chu with the advantage. He looks over his right shoulder. Gaddis is right there charging. Gaddis waiting to pounce in case the leader makes a mistake. The slightest bobble. With race group 4 up next, senior novice. Here we go out of the final turn. Drag race to the checkered. It's Brandon Chu. The 21 getting it done. 233 Cole Gaddis. Matthew Reinl 77 for third. Gallardo runs fourth. Then it's Ravel fifth. 6 is Goncharko. Then Villarian 7. 8 goes to Dragon. Hornsby 9. And we have a little bit of cart retrieval, clean up our mess. And we'll get ready for our final 2 races of the day. Senior novice final, followed by senior pro and master. Like to remind everybody, make sure you get those transponders turned back in before you leave the racetrack. Get your transponders turned in. 2 more races to go here in round number 2. And remember our podium presentations just as soon as the races become official. Just a few moments after our final race. So join us as we'll hand out the trophies. All right, just 5 of them to take the green in this one. Senior Novice, Race Group 4. Race Group 5, Senior, Pro, and Master up to the grid. Pro and Master, you're our final race up to the grid. Senior Novice. Oh, they didn't take the shortcut. They're going to do a little sightseeing and take a full lap around. All right, got them side by side, slowed down. We'll look for the green flag as they approach the start-finish line. Nice little run from the back all the way up into second as they're kicking up some dirt. And they're still trading paint down there on lap number 1. Just 5 of them slugging them out elbow to elbow in this one. The black and orange machine out front once again. Zachary Hott, the 62. Joe Flores, the 4. 69. Brittany Hernandez. Hi, Aixa, the 16. 33. Jesse Bray. Race Group 5, Senior, Pro, and Master up to the grid. Senior, Pro, and Master up to the grid. Make sure you get those transponders turned in. Houghton charging down that straightaway early on, just a few laps into this one. The main for Senior Novice. Houghton has built up just over a 1 second advantage over second place, the 4, Joel Flores. Then Jesse Bray, the 33. Hernandez, the 69. Race Group 5, Senior, Pro, and Masters up to the grid. Senior, Pro, and Master up to the grid. Zachary Houghton, the 62. Just 5 of them racing in this one. Joe Flores and Jesse Bray. 1, 2, 3. Then it's Hernandez, the 69. Isa, the 16. January 6th will be round number 3 out here at Adams Motorsports Park after the holiday break. Houghton trying to double up. Took the heat race earlier. Joe Flores, the 4, not going away. Still just 1.2 seconds behind the leader. When you turn in those transponders, you do so at scales. Turn in transponders at scales today, please, before you leave. Zachary Houghton out there on the big lead, trying to open it up a little bit. It was 1.2 seconds the last time around. Now it's 3.2 seconds over Joe Flores. Jesse Bray runs third with a senior, pro, and master. The final race of the day up next. Senior, pro, and master, the final race of the day, up to the grid. Plenty of time left in this one. Houghton trying to lengthen that lead over Joe Flores, who runs second. Then Bray running in third, the 33 cart. Zachary Houghton now up to 5.5 seconds the lead over Joe Flores in the number 4. Flores was keeping it close. Now he's fading with each lap. Ikes has battled way up to third. Fourth is Jesse Bray, the 33, and Brittany Hernandez, the 69 cart. Out there for a little Saturday drive. Zachary Houghton dominating this one, just about a full straightaway advantage. Flores runs second. Iser runs third. Zach Houghton up to 8.6, the advantage now. Second place Flores with the number 4 kart. Time running out here on lap number 11. And the final race coming up next, Senior Pro and Master. Our podium presentations after that, so join us. 2 to go, next time by. 2 to go in this one, next time by.
Since 2022. Like, bro.
2 to go in this one for Houghton, has dominated it. Winning the heat race as well. Joe Flores in the number 2 spot. Ikes of the 16 for 3rd. Jesse Bray and Brittany Hernandez at 69. Final race coming up next.
So lame, I feel like there's way more to talk about with way more. We have way more history. Nigga, we have way more history.
And the checkered for Zachary Houghton getting it done, the 62. Your winner is Senior Novice. Final race of the day, ready to go. Senior Pro and Master up on the grid. Remember, get those transponders turned in down at Scales. And we will have the podium presentations coming up shortly, just after all the races are official. Senior Pro and Master final race here in round number 2. As they approach the stripe, nice and slow, side by side, looking for the green flag, racing. The Truth, Truly Adams down on the inside. He's got a lot of laps here at this track, being he grew up here. Truly Adams, the 25.65, Evan Donnell. Parker Wallen, the 34. 8, Kurt Smith. Larry Hernandez, the 07. 46, Nick Rajewski. Fred Robert Dagno, the 909. 333, William Tarosian. Lorenzo Romagnoli. The 18. 12, Chris Olson. Michael Velasquez, the 123. 39, Jeremy Reinl. Jacob Rice, the 777. 49 is Jason Chin. Patrick Killalea, the 19, 252, Joseph Garbo, Max Saga, the 16. Adams wants help flying down the straightaway. He'll lead with Parker Wallen up into the second spot. And Donnell back to third. Those three looking to check out. They're faster than everybody else. Gap back to 4th, 5th, 6th, and 7th. Wallen got up into the first spot, got by Adams. Adams got him back, and they're still battling it out. Donnell right behind him. Those three are locked up at the bumpers. Romagnoli had the tough one. He's out early. The Truth had to take the long way around the bus stop. Won't give a position back as they spread out a little bit. Parker Wallen's trying to check out and get away from him. The field getting more bunched up now with Wallen, Adams, Donnell, and a whole bunch of carts behind him, led by Larry Hernandez in the 07. So the 18 is out. Romagnoli, tough break for Lorenzo. He'll stand and watch this one over on the infield. Big lead for Parker Wallen. Now the battle for second and third. Adams finds himself back in third now. Oh, he gets him back. Nice move to stick with it as Donnell had lost momentum off a big Monza. Adams back to second. Truly trying to reel in the leader. Maybe if they work together, him and Donnell, they can reel in Parker Wallen. Had about a second and a half advantage the last time around. Here on lap number 6. That time almost a 2-second advantage. So Wallen, it keeps pulling away from Truly Adams and Evan Donnell. Here on lap number 7 now. Once again coming up on some slower traffic that the leader's going to have to deal with. And he won't have to now as the yellow came out and that slower traffic got out on his own. Driver's okay. Had a little trouble keeping it sticking to the track out of that left-hander before the long straightaway into Little Monza. Lap number 9 now with Parker Wallen out front of the Truly Adams. Evan Donnell in the 3rd spot. 4th is Larry Hernandez. Nick Rajewski runs in the 5th spot. 6th is William Tarosian. Max Saga in 7th. 8th is Fred Robert Dagno. Right behind Nick Rajewski, Jason Shin in 9th, the 49, 123, Michael Velasquez. Up into the top 10. Lap 11 time running down. Parker Wallen looking to get it done here in the round 2 main. Leaders get the 2 to go sign. Here we go. Wallen all by himself. It's going to be for second between Adams and Donnell. White flag. Final lap of the day. Final couple of turns for your leader, Parker Wallen. To the checkered flag, gets it done. Parker Wallen over Evan Donnell and the Truly Adams for third. Max Saga for the 4th spot. William Tarosian up into the top 5. That'll wrap up our racing action for round number 2 here at Adams Motorsports Park. The AMP4 Cycle Winter Series will be back January 6th. Podium award presentation coming up next. Merry Christmas and happy holidays, everyone.